Good morning, everyone. How's it going? I'm Princess Katie Hennings, and here today to judge is Jared Wolf from the Albany area in Oregon. I'd like to pass it off to him, and I wish everyone a great day and good luck at showing.
Well, thank you. As she said, I'm Jared Wolf. I'm the assistant coach at Lynn Benton Community College over there in kind of Albany area, Willamette Valley. Came back again from last year, excited to be back. Hopefully you guys are excited, I would hope. All these young people are excited, and hopefully stress levels are as low as they possibly can be. We got a good day ahead of us, judging hogs and working with young people, so I'm excited. The weather's cooperating, it's cooler, and I enjoy that. So hopefully all you guys enjoy your day today and have some fun. We're excited to start it here.
Welcome to the first class. Welcome to the first class of 240-pound lightweights. In the ring right now, we have Adeline Silbernagel, Molly Blanchett, Cody Lambert, Ainsley McCann, Piper Watson, Kiara Lane, Kyle Melhorn, and Austin Katzel.
well, a good class to get the market hog show going. And lighter weight hogs and differences in terms of composition, I think still with these lightweight hogs. For me, I'm going to probably sound like a broken record today at some point. Look, skeletal width, rib shape, and muscularity is how I like to sort market hogs. And if we can build those things into them without sacrificing build, those are kind of the ones that I'm going to gravitate towards throughout the day. The one that kind of puts those pieces together for me in this particular class is going to be the young lady in the gold shirt to my far left here. That one coming at you is good and square at the base of its chest. I love that one's shape up high and just rib shape. If we were going to change that one, could just make it looser hipped and just have it hinge with more authority in terms of its hind leg. But I think still a fresh, kind of just shapely kind of a market hog there, one that still gives you a good look from the side when that one gets going. I think 2 and 3 get a little bit closer for me, and the differences, no question about it. I like the Berkshire marked hog the young man's driving here in the middle of the ring. That's just a really good practical kind of a hog, one that's still opened up in terms of its lower skeleton. That one's probably the most pliable and just most dimensional in terms of its center cavity, right in the center part of its body. Is that one as shapely or as massed up high from blade to hip? No. And do I want to stouten that one up in terms of bone to match kind of its center body shape and dimension? Absolutely. But I think just in terms of practicality, feet and leg quality, that one's still opened up and has enough shape up high for me to be second in this particular class. Young lady in the FFA jacket with the belted bear is going to be, belted gilt's going to be third. That one, no question, on the far side there has the shape and dimension up high that's exceptional. I really, really like whenever you study that one from blade to hip. My problem with that one is the longer we watch that one drive, the more just restricted that one gets in terms of its hip and hind leg, wants to get tighter in terms of its spine, and just too uncomfortable in terms of its hock and pastern. I think with that, I want to just make that one bolder and deeper and softer in terms of its center body, but man, do I like that one's shape up high. I think that one is very, very good whenever you study it from blade to hip. Nothing to take away from the young lady in the black and white shirt that earned up fourth in this particular class. I thought that's a good kind of a hog that still has some width, some rib shape, and some muscle. I think relative to that top trio, it does get outmassed for me, and I think with that, we could still change that one in terms of its hind leg set and structure in order to work that one higher up in this particular class. As we let out the young lady in 5, I talked to her individually there. I think one that from blade to hip is okay in terms of body shape and dimension there. That one is getting a little bit more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. I do view that one just to be a little bit straighter in the angle of its blade. And again, I just want to make that one wider whenever that one turns and goes. I talked to the rest of them here individually as we let them out. 6, 7, and 8. Young man brings one out that's lean and still has some cutability. I think with that though, just a little flatter in terms of its rib shape. Again, more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. And ditto that on down the line. Like I said, I talked to him individually about things that I liked or things that I would change, but I think a very nice class of them. You guys, please put your hands together for him.
Okay. Okay. Nope. We have technical difficulties. Okay, in our second class of 240-pound lightweight hogs, we have Jade Littlefield Long, Hannah Wyand, June Reynolds, Capella Cooley, Yosef Cooley, Brinsley Potter, Nate Henderson, and Ashlyn Cutbirth.
Well, another nice class here. Check. There we go. Another nice class here, and I think an interesting four that we're left with, and a lot of differences that I see. Again, the one that just reads the most complete is going to be the young man with the kind of chromed up belted hog on the far side of the ring there. Maybe we'd want to change the attitude of that particular bear a little bit. Young man's doing a good job. Keep on trying to drive that thing. He's getting a little stubborn, but that one coming at you is so good at the base of its chest. That one is so bold and so dimensional from blade to hip. I think still reads with the right kind of angles and flexibility. I do want to clean that one up in terms of its hock shape. It's getting just a little puffier in terms of its hock joint there. I do want to make that one just a shot more extended on the front side of its blade. But from that one's shoulder back, that one's spread, dimension, power, and just being opened up, I like that one a good deal. The one that I like second, is not as powerful as what we call our class winner, but I like the young lady with the belted hog, kind of in the black and white shirt, if you will, or whatever, turquoise, I don't know what color shirt that is. The young lady driving right at me, though. That one's build of this top four is the best. That one's the most elevated at the point of its shoulder. That one's the best in terms of its top line and just being loose spine. Is that one the most opened up? No, but I still read that one to be square in terms of the base of its chest and lower skeleton. That one's still good in terms of its rib shape and still reads pliable there. In order for me to switch that top pair, I do need to see that one just more powered up, but that one's build in combination with the power that it does have is what sorts it second for me in this particular class. Young man in the pink shirt is going to be third today. That one is, again, opened up, good in terms of its rib shape. That thing has tons of power and spread, big old hip on that particular hog. That one's build is, to me, what sorts it third. We're getting pretty round off either end of our skeleton there. That one's a little bit forward in the angle of its shoulder blade. Wants to deviate right there behind its shoulder. We need to make that one longer hipped and just more coordinated in terms of its hind leg. But I think a powered up, very muscular kind of a hog. And ditto that on the young lady's hog that'll end up in fourth in this particular class. That one, no question, is more extended on the front side of its blade. It's sharper in its jawline and jowl. And I like the fresh, lean, hard shape that we see on the top side of that one's skeleton. That one's build, again, we need to change ever so slightly. Make that one just looser spine, longer hip, and just bring that one's back in terms of where it wants to place its hind leg. It's getting a little pushed out there in terms of its hock joint. If we could change that one structurally, no question, that one has the shape to play higher up in class, but a good kind of a hog nonetheless. Talk to the young lady here in fifth, and again, I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record in this particular class. That one's got the right kind of shape up high and still has some dimension to its ham and stifle. Again, that one just gets a little shorter in terms of its hip design. Maybe just wants to get a little tighter in how it wants to hinge out of its rear skeleton there, but a good kind of a hog nonetheless. The young man that comes out next, one that's lean and high cut ability still. Just want to see that thing more opened up in terms of its lower skeleton. Want to see that one bolder in terms of its rib design, but a tall fronted, good looking kind of a hog that the young man drives. And I talked to the rest of them here individually. Again, I just want to see these things just more opened up in terms of their lower skeleton in places. If we could freshen these ones up in terms of their lower rib cage and dimension there, I think we could work them on higher in class. But a good group of them, good drive of them. If you guys will please give them a round of applause.
The top two hogs in this class were Joseph Cooley and Capella Cooley. Just a reminder, the top two in each class will be coming back for the runoff. In our first class, that's Kiara Lane and Kyan Melhorn. Okay, this is class 3 of our lightweight hogs. We have Taya Lane, Noah Morton, Elle Blakely, Liam Melhorn, Weston Golightly, Paisley Watson, Silas Peterson, and Caitlin Smith.
another good class. Young lady with the blue gilt in front of me is going to win this particular class, and I think does so handily for me. That one coming at you is really, really good at the base of its chest. That's a big, big bladed, fresh back kind of a hog. You like that one's extension on the front side of its shoulder. If we wanted to change that one, I'm going to get nitpicky in a couple of areas. I want to change it at the crest of its neck and how that ties into the top side of its shoulder. My biggest thing is that one's rear skeleton. That one does want to pull its hock in ever so slightly. We could see that gilt just longer hipped and more coordinated there. But man, from hock up, hip forward, I think that's an awfully, awfully good one to win this particular class. Young man with the off-belted barra directly in the center of the ring is going to be second. I like that one just in terms of market fundamentals. That one's opened up, good in its rib shape. Like that one's spread and dimension on the back side of that hog's blade. Is that one just as unique on the front side of its shoulder? No. Is that one as fresh or as lean or as hard muscled up high relative to our class winner? No. I'd want to change it in those areas, but still I think an opened up, very good practical kind of a hog, no question about it. I do think it gets a little bit closer for third and fourth. Young lady in the kind of cheetah print shirt is going to be third in this particular class. But she gets that hog going across the ring. That one's tall fronted, extended, and I like that one's back shape. When you study the back side of that one's blade, watch that one turn and go, and it does want to get narrower in terms of its hip. Just want to see that thing stouter. And I think with that, as it leaves you, just gets a little bit more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth in this particular class. That one's a stout skull, big bladed, big forearm kind of a hog that has some shape up high. Study that one from the side. It needs to be more practical in terms of its center cavity, deeper, bolder, softer there. Want to see that hog longer hipped and just more coordinated in terms of its rear skeleton, but a nice kind of a hog, no question about it. As we let the young lady out that'll end up in fifth in this particular class, a hog that's good in terms of it just being deep-sided, looks like an easy feeding kind of a hog that still has some width up high, I think relative to the ones that'll be beneath this particular hog. For me, that one gets a little straight off either end of its skeleton and just a little bit softer in terms of composition. We study that one's jowl and elbow pockets and indicators. Want to freshen that one up in terms of composition. I want to change that one structurally off either end of its skeleton, but a good easy feeding kind of a hog in terms of that one's center body shape. The young man that comes out next, again, one that still has some body, looks like a practical kind of a hog. This one just reads a little bit plainer on the front side of its blade, a little frailer in how that one's built coming and going. I talked to the rest of them here individually about things that changed or things that I liked about their particular hogs. Like I said, another good drive of them. You guys will give them a big round of applause, please.
Okay, returning from the last class, we will have Elle Blakely and Liam Melhorn. Okay, here in our fourth class, we have Owen Bishop, Scarlett Urs, Michael Graham, Darren Child, Mason Hughes, Vivi Follett, Trinity Mabry, and Daxon Alexander. The last part is cut off. I'm so sorry.
Well, another nice class, and nothing to take away from the first couple of classes we saw, but I do think in this particular drive, a lot of depth and a lot of quality all the way through. So if you ended up getting a little bit lower than maybe you anticipated, I think sometimes that's the luck of the draw there, and where you end up, it is kind of dependent on what kind of hogs you show against there in your particular class. Some differences in the top four that we have out in the ring. The one that just puts the most good together and still maintains width, rib shape, muscularity, I think with the best kind of build of these four is going to be the young lady in the pink shirt closest to me there. That girl is probably not just the most muscular on the top side of its skeleton. I still like that one's fresh kind of shape, but for where it takes the cake for me or where it gets the edge, that one coming and going is the squarest of this particular class. That one's good at the base of its chest and square in its knee. That one's hot when it leaves you. It's still in the right place relative to its pin set up high. I think with that has the right kind of spread and dimension for this particular judge. I think in combination with that one's build and look from the side, I just deem that one the most complete of this particular drive. Young man with the black bear is going to be next in this particular class. I like that one's density from blade to hip. That one does have more spread. That one is stouter in terms of its pin set. Where I want to change that one is on the front side of its blade. Does read a little bit plainer. That one does come at you just a little bit closed up and in at its knee. And I want to change that one's hind leg ever so slightly. But a very, very good, just product-driven kind of a hog, no question about it. Young lady with the white bear or the blue face bear is going to be third in this particular class. I like that one when you study just on the top side of that one's skeleton. That one still has a groove running down its top, big and shapely up high. That one's hip and hind leg is where I want to change. It wants to narrow in terms of its pin set, and just for me, just reads too frail and a little bit more closed up in terms of its hind leg when it leaves you. Check. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth. This one's still bulky and has some spread dimension in the center part of its body. I really watched that one go. Just make that one looser spined. Want to make that one longer hip, and that one's just playing too far to the outside of its skeleton there. But I do like that. Having some technical difficulties there. Like that hog from the hock up and head forward. Still a lot of product there. Still a very good kind of a hog. The young lady that comes out in fifth, as we start letting some of these hogs out, that one's good, bold, and pliable in the center part of its body. Still has some spread up high. I talked to the young lady, that one's starting to creep up in its chine bone. Want to freshen it up in terms of composition, and just want to make that one cleaner jointed as it's getting some swelling and some calluses there in terms of its hog. Young man in sixth, that's a muscular kind of a hog that comes out next. One that still has the right kind of fresh shape up high. That one's build is what puts it sixth for me. That one's getting too vertical off either end of its skeleton. Want to make that one taller fronted, more extended, and just more practical from a build perspective. Young man that comes out in seventh, that's a deep-sided, easy feeding kind of a hog. I like that about this particular barrel. That one for me, maybe just a little too easy feeding. We got a little too much finish on that hog, just a little too much finish, a little too much fat on that particular barrel. As we round out that particular class, still a stout hip hog, just got up high by this particular drive. Good kind of a class. Go ahead and put your hands together for him if you will.
Top two returning from the last class were Vivi Follett and Mason Hughes. Okay, class 5 of our lightweight hogs, we have Cooper Adams, Haley Fairbank, Haley Mortar, Gwendolyn Follett, Sarah Sepulveda, Hudson Wood, Deacon Hawkins, and Carter Tao. equipment upgrade.
What another good drive here. Young lady in the pink shirt is going to win this particular class. That hog coming at you, man. Steady that one down low, and that thing is opened up and good at the base of his chest. And where it wins this particular class for me is watch him turn and go, and that hog is the best in terms of its rib shape. That one's got all the spread and dimension, carries that into a stout big hip, and still has the right kind of flex and angles off either end of its skeleton. Is it just the prettiest, tallest fronted, sharpest jawed thing in the world? No, and I do want to change that hog on its front feet. It is getting just a little longer toed and down on its front pasterns there. But man, steady that one from its shoulder back. That's an awfully good kind of a market hog. Young lady in the FFA jacket with the kind of chromed up gilt's going to be second in this particular drive. And different relative to our class winner, that one is more elevated at the point of its shoulder. That one's sharper and cleaner in terms of its jawline and jowl. That one is really, really fresh just on the top side of that one's skeleton. For me, that one does steady just a little flatter in terms of its rib shape. Don't think that gilt just masses up the same when we get right on top of them. And I think with that, still want to see that gilt longer hip, and I think just looser at times in terms of its hock and pastern there. But man, that one from the side has some really, really neat pieces. I do like how just fresh that one is on the top side of its skeleton. Young man that's over there in the corner is going to be third in this particular drive. Again, one that's just opened up really, really good in terms of the center part of its body. Probably better in terms of its forearm and rib shape relative to the one that directly precedes it. For me, though, that one is starting to creep up in its chine bone. Want to freshen that one up in terms of composition. That one's also wanting to get a little softer on its front feet. I'd want to change it there. We can just freshen that one up and just make that one just a shot better looking on the front side of its scale, and I think we could work that one higher in this particular class, but a good kind of a hog. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth. I do think one that needs a more extension on the front side of its skeleton is stronger and better on its front feet. That one still has the right kind of muscle shape, but steady that one gets just a little tighter spine, a little harder in terms of its center body, doesn't want to use its hip and hind leg as efficiently relative to the one that goes ahead of it there, but still a good, high credibility, lean gilt that ends up in fourth. I talked to the young lady that ends up in fifth in this particular class, and still a good kind of a hog, one that has the right kind of body shape, one that's good and square at the base of its chest. You study that one though, and it is starting to creep up in terms of its chine bone. I want to freshen it up in that regard. I think at times just want to change it in terms of structure and build. If we could do those things, no question, we could work that one higher in this particular class. Young man that ends up in sixth, that one is a deep-sided, easy feeding kind of a hog, and I like that about that particular blue hog. For me, this one gets a little softer in terms of composition, a little plainer in its look from the side. I want to change it there ever so slightly. I talked to the rest of them on down individually about things that I liked or things that I would change. Young man in 7 brings a good solid kind of a market hog, one that I just want to see a deeper groove on the top side of its skeleton. Just want to see that one more powerful when it turns and goes. And ditto that with a young man that rounds out this particular class, a sound structured long spine kind of a hog, one that for me just gives up the added power of this particular drive. But I think a very, very good group of them. If you guys will go ahead and give them a big, big round of applause, please.
Returning from Class 5 will be Haley Mortar and Gwendolyn Follett. Okay, in Class 6, we have Jeremiah Oster, Kylie Morgan, Abby Burleson, Jonathan Bradley, Gracie Hughes, Kira Vieska, Ruth Vanderstelt, and Taylor Smith.
another good class. And young lady in the red shirt with the kind of off-belted barrel closest to me is going to win this particular class. Want to change that bear's attitude ever so slightly, no question there. That's the best hog, though, in terms of just being opened up. Really, really good in terms of its rib cage, spread and dimension up high, reads correct. Still proportions good enough from the side. I will tell you, I don't want to see that thing so full and just so deep in terms of its body. I think it throws off its proportion. I would like to clean it up in terms of the lower third of its cavity there and clean it up in terms of its jowl. But its angles read right. That one's really, really good in terms of its rib shape and spread and still being opened up, whether it's coming or going. I think, to me, that one just reads the most complete in that regard. I think a nice kind of a hog to win this particular class. Gets a little bit closer second and third, and there's differences that I see. The one that just reads with more shape, more power, more opened up is going to be the young lady in the green plaid shirt here driving at me. That bear is better at the base of its chest. That one's really, really good in terms of its rib cage. That one does get just a little tight off either end of its skeleton. We're getting a little vertical in the angle of our blade. We're getting a little bit more restricted in terms of our hock. But I do like that one just in terms of muscle shape and dimension coming and going. Young lady in the pink shirt is going to be third in this particular class. Skin and hair and the presentation of that hog is very, very good. Young lady does a really, really nice job driving that particular bear. And for me, I do want to see that one come at you just more opened up, square it up in terms of its knee. I like that one in its look from the side, still a long spine, tall fronted, extended kind of a hog. I think when you study right on top of them, though, is where it gets beat by the top two. That one's chine bone is starting to creep up. This gets a little too plain in terms of muscle shape when you study that hog from blade to hip. But a tall fronted, good looking kind of a hog that still reads correct in terms of its angles off either end of its skeleton. The young man is going to be fourth in this particular class, and this one is bigger backed and stouter hip than the one that directly precedes it. For me, this one's just getting too tight in terms of its rear skeleton. Want to make that one longer and leveler hip. That one gets just too tight in terms of its hock and pastern there. If we could fix that one in terms of its skeleton, no question we could work that one up just a little bit higher in this particular class. Young lady brings out kind of a blue-butted hog. Next, the one that's deep-sided and still has some spread. That one just gets a little rounder off either end of its skeleton. Want to change that one just in terms of its build and stound it up in terms of lower skeleton and just coming at you more opened up. But a good kind of easy feeding hog, no question about it. And ditto that on this other blue hog that comes out a little rounder off either end of its skeleton. Still has the right kind of rib shape to deem it easy feeding and practical in that sense. I do want to just make that one just more opened up as it turns and goes and change it in terms of its build. As we go on down the line, a lean kind of a high cutability gilt that comes out next. One that for me just reads a little too tight, a little too hard in terms of the center part of its body. That one just gets too straight and too closed up off either end, but I think a good lean high cutability kind of a hog, no question about it. A deep-sided, easy feeding kind of hog that rounds out this particular class. I think one for me that just gets too flat and too plain in terms of muscle shape, but again, a good kind of a hog nonetheless. Go ahead and put your hands together for him if you will.
Just an announcement for everyone who's been asking. It isn't posted this way, but the runoff for lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight, grand champion overall, all of the runoff classes will be run at the end of each individual class, at the end of the day. Right now in class 7, we're moving into our middleweight hogs. We have Isabel Silbernagel, Cosette Cooley, Kimberlyn Blake, Christian Cardenas, Alexis Schloop, Layla Klein, Hunter Blanchett, and Hallie Morgan.
I think an interesting class and an interesting maybe top pair as I see it. And differences, no question about it. For me, the one that I'm the most comfortable with, the one that's just more my kind in terms of being complete and being practical, is going to be the young lady in the blue shirt on the far side of the ring with the kind of narrow belted hog. That one to me just blends its added power, shape, width, rib shape, with being just the best in terms of its skeleton and build. And you know, is it the most extreme in any one regard in this particular class? No, but no question that's a very muscular kind of a hog, and one that kind of blends that added muscle and uses that added muscle, but still looks right from the side. Its angles still read right, still flexible and pliable off either end of its skeleton. Young lady with the kind of target rump, big kind of burly hog is going to be second in this particular class. And I'll be the first to admit that thing hits you hard from its hawk up and hit forward. I want to use that one because that one's so bold and so dimensional and so big back and all those things that we get excited about when talking about market hogs. For me, we got to build those things in without sacrificing build. And unfortunately, that one's hind leg is just too far out of bounds for this particular judge. And for me, we just need to see that one more coordinated. We need to see that one more inside of itself when it turns and goes. And if we can do that, then no question that one wins that class. And that one's hawk up and hit forward, like I said, tremendous amount of good. That one's hind leg is just a little too out there for this particular judge. Hog that ends up in third is going to be the young lady in the blue shirt with the wide belted bear. That one's tall fronted, sharp jawed, has some shape up high. I think for me that one does get outpowered and just needs to be stouter in terms of its bone relative to the pair ahead of it. I think with that we can still change that one in terms of its rear skeleton. Just gets a little too rigid in terms of its hawk there for me. Young lady that'll end up in four, that's a tall fronted, lean, high cut ability, shapely kind of a gill. Of that particular top four, that one does read just the most closed up underneath. That one's probably the hardest in terms of its center body shape. But I do like that hog. Just from a leanness and high cut ability standpoint. Young lady that comes out in fifth, one that does have the right kind of spread and dimension up high. That one today does read a little bit drier in terms of its center body. That one does read just a little bit more restricted off either end of its skeleton, but that one still has some lean shape whenever you study it from blade to hip. Young lady that comes out in sixth, one that is deep-sided and reads kind of easy feeding in that regard. That one, again, just want to change it in terms of structure and give it a shot more power when you get in behind that particular hog. But no question, a good, easy feeding, deep-sided one, no question about that. Young man that comes out next, one that does have the lean kind of shape and still high cut ability. I think coming and going, that one just reads too closed up. I think that one in terms of its ham and lower stifle just reads too flat there. We can just crack that one open. I think coming and going, we can work that one a little bit higher in this particular class. Young man that rounds out this particular class, one that's long-bodied, that one's extended on the front side of its shoulder and still has some dimension there when you get on top. For me, that one does read just a little bit plainer in terms of muscle shape relative to the ones ahead of it. That one does just want to labor ever so slightly in terms of its hip and hind leg, but a good kind of a class. Go ahead and put your hands together for him if you will.
Okay, this is Class 8 of the middleweight hogs. In the ring right now, we have Shelby Blanchett, Connor Martin, Lexi Senior, Brody Adams, Brinley Arts, Ethan Patton, Brooke Morgan, and Haley Pierce.
Well, another good class. Young man in the plaid shirt on the far side with the wide belted hog is going to win this particular class. For me, one that, again, just puts the most good together, and one that I label just the most complete in this particular drive. Instead of that hog coming at you and good and square and wide at the base of its chest, that one from the side is still good looking, tall fronted and extended. That one's got loads of fresh shape on the top side of its skeleton and maintains that with some range of motion. Where I'd want to change that one ever so slightly is it wants to deviate right there behind its blade. It just kind of throws off its look there from the side, if you will. If we could just tie that one in stronger right behind its shoulder, I think that one would be that much better. But I think it's still a very good, very complete kind of a hog. Young lady with the narrow kind of off-belted gilt directly here in front of me is going to be second, the one in the purple shirt here. That's an interesting kind of a hog, and one that I think kind of comes in some pieces, but some good pieces at that. That one's width coming at you is very, very good. No question that one's bolder, deeper, and more pliable in terms of its center cavity. That one's got a ton of shape on the top side of its skeleton. For me, that one's skull shape is just throwing off its look from the side, and really my biggest thing with that one is changing just its hip and hind leg. That one gets a little short and compact in its rear skeleton, maybe just uncoordinated in terms of its hind leg. If we just have that one blend some of those pieces a little bit differently, that one's got the width and muscle shape up high, I think, to compete with our class winner. Just want to change it ever so slightly in those regards. Young lady in the blue shirt with the belted gilt's going to be third in this particular class. That one's elevation at the point of its shoulder. That one's spread and shape up high, read correct. I like that about that particular hog, and still maintains that in terms of its lower skeleton. We don't want to change that one to work it higher in this particular class. Just its center body. That one just gets a little bit drier, a little bit shallower, a little bit harder in that regard. If we could change it, I think we could certainly work that one up just a little bit higher. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth with the kind of black hog here in front of me. That one does have just a little bit more shape and dimension in terms of its lower cavity. I think in terms of the just muscle shape, that one of that top four just reads the plainest and the stalest in terms of its ham and stifle shape. That one is probably the plainest on the front side of its blade, but still a good, easy feeding, product-driven kind of a hog, no question about it. Young man that comes out in fifth. This hog is deep-sided and bold and dense from blade to hip. I do want to change that one in terms of its build. That one's getting a little bit straighter in the angle of its shoulder. That one's just getting a little shorter and choppier in terms of its hind leg. And with that, this doesn't read as opened up when it turns and goes. I want to see it maintain some of that width and dimension in terms of its lower skeleton. Young man that comes out next. I talked to this guy individually, but man, that's a good-looking hog from the side. That one proportions very, very well. That one's tall-fronted. That one's extended. We like that one from the side, no question about it. I think coming and going is where this one just gets beat from me. Then you get right on top of it. That one's just not as powered up or as shapely on the top side of its skeleton, but I think a good-looking kind of a hog the young man drives. I talked to the next two individually here, and just differences that I see, if we could power or stouten those hogs up, still long-bodied, and certainly have made weight, and I compliment them for that. Just get a little out-powered in this particular drive. Both of those young ladies do a good job in terms of skin and hair and presentation, so my compliments to them for that. I think today I just need to see those hogs a little bit more powered up, but a very good drive of them. Go ahead and give them a round of applause as they exit, please.
Returning from Class 8 will be Ethan Patton and Lexi Senor. Okay, this is Class 9 of our middleweight hogs. In the ring right now, we have Asia Blackburn, Riley Martin, Abby Blanchett, Kennedy Ben-Dixon, Jacob Crawford, John Putnam, Quincy Osmond, and Jedediah Golightly.
Well, another good class, and as we get into kind of heavier and heavier weights here, one thing you're probably going to hear me say a little bit more is talking about composition and keeping them fresh and making sure that the muscle to fat ratio is correct. To me, there's a pair of them that sort up that just read with correct composition. I think with that, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record at some point today. A skeletal width, rib shape, muscularity without sacrificing build is always what's going to sort it for me. Young man on the far side in the gray shirt with the predominantly white hog is going to win this particular class. I think that one just does those things for me in the best kind of package. That one comes at you still square at the base of its chest. That one's the biggest and freshest in terms of back shape up high. I think with that, still gets out and goes with some comfort and flex. Young man in the FFA jacket's going to be second in this particular class with kind of the roan gilt, if you will. I think just mimics that of the class winner in terms of back shape and still being fresh. I want to stouten that one up in terms of its bone to match kind of some shape and dimension up high. I don't read that one just as flexible in terms of its hind leg relative to our class winner, but I think a good pair of them that sort up in this particular division. Young man at the blue hog is going to be third in this particular drive, and some things I want to change on that one, but to me, that one's still bulky and dense. Whenever we study it from blade to hip, that one's got a big forearm working in it. And although I do think there's a lot of muscle packed on that particular hog, I think that's one where we start to maybe question the composition. I do want to see that one just fresher and work a deeper, just harder groove down the top side of its skeleton. I think with that we could clean that one up in terms of its hock joint, make that one just a little bit more practical in terms of its hind leg structure. And ditto that on kind of the Berkshire marked one, if you will, that'll end up in fourth. I think one that does have some product and does read with some spread and density, from blade to hip there. I think that one for me is getting a little rounder off either end of its skeleton. I still want to freshen that one up ever so slightly in terms of composition. The young man that comes out in fifth, no question this hog is taller fronted, more extended, longer spined, and longer hipped. For me, though, this one does read more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton, wants to deviate right there behind its blade, and does read just a little plainer in terms of muscle shape today. But I think a better looking kind of a hog than the one that directly precedes it. I compliment the young man for that. Just want to see that thing a little bit more powered up to compete with the four that we had left out here. A young lady that comes out next. Again, one that's long spined and has some extension. For me, though, that one is just a little bit drier, a little bit harder in terms of its center cavity, a little bit more closed up, and with that, getting a little just tighter in terms of structure there. But a good long-bodied, certainly a later maturing kind of a hog that has some growth potential, no question about it. As we let out 7 and 8, I talked to them individually here about things that I would change. I think the pair of them, if we could just stouten them up, make them just bolder and more powerful, and we could work them up a little bit higher. Certainly still hogs that read with some length and extension and some grow. I just want to just power them up ever so slightly there. A good group of them. If you guys will give or put your hands together for them, please.
Returning from Class 9, we will have Quincy Osmond and Jacob Crawford. Class 10 is in the ring now. We have Grant Walder, Cece Follett, Cord Cooley, Peyton Hayda, Kaylee Day, Addison Garberg, Kayla Munkus, and Kylie Jackson.
Well, I'll tell you, no question, the deepest class that we've gotten so far. We turned the heat up just a little bit on this one, gave 6 blues in this particular class, the most that we've given today. And I think, it'd take an extra minute, and I would apologize, but I won't, because I think it's just close, and I think it's tough to make some of those decisions and just settle things. I sort them for me in what I call a very, very close and very, very high quality kind of a top pair here. For me, the one that just reads, it was so powerful, so opened up, so stout, so dense, and still reads with some range of motion and some flexibility. Is this one perfect structured? No, but I call it good enough for me, and one that I still call practical in terms of its build. Going to be the young man directly here in front of me with the orange shirt. That hog, from its hawk up and hip forward, is just so dense, so bold, so opened up, and so powerful. I'd want to change that one ever so slightly in terms of its hind leg. That one's range of motion is still good. That one pushes and plants with some flex and authority. You get him behind it, wants to pull its hawk a little bit. I want to clean that one up ever so slightly, and its right hawk just getting a little puffy in that regard. And I do want to see that one level her hip and have its hawk travel further past its tail head when on the drive. Gets a little rounder and just up underneath itself ever so slightly. But surface or cushion at the surface and flexibility in that regard is still, I think, very, very good. Young lady with the black hog directly in front of me is going to be second in this particular class. And I thought, man, that's an awfully close kind of a top pair. And I went back and forth on it because this one's hip and hind leg is better. That one's leveler in terms of its hip. It's more cranked up in its tail set. That one reads square in terms of its hawk. I do want to see that one just grab another gear as we push that one to drive. This gets a little hesitant how it wants to plant, push, and go out of its hind leg. And I think with that coming at you, just not nearly as opened up or as powerful. Still a muscular kind of a hog. I think one that, if we could just see it go with another gear in it, and I think if we could see that one just stouter in terms of its bone and more opened up to match our class winner. But man, that's an interesting top pair and a very, very high quality top pair, no question about it. Still 3 and 4 I think are close, and there's some give and take in this particular pair as well. I like the black hog to be third in this particular class. That one's just from the side. That one's taller fronted, more extended on the front side of its shoulder. I like that one spread and dimension and density up high. When you get him behind, I want to change that one. The one gets a little bit tighter in terms of its hind leg, and maybe this doesn't carry as much stoutness in terms of its hip design. No question about that. Young lady does a really good job showing this kind of wide belted barrier here. One that'll end up in 4th in this particular class. And just nitpicky things, but when they get to this kind of quality, you got to be just a little bit more critical on them. That one does get a little bit narrower skulled. I want to change that one in the crest of his neck and how it ties into the top side of its shoulder. And that one, the longer we go, is starting to push to the outside of his hawk and hoof wall there. We could square him up in that regard and just have that hog travel with more authority. I think we could switch that pair, but a very good hog to be 4th, no question about it. Young lady that comes out in 5th, a very highly presented kind of a hog. Young lady does a tremendous job showing this particular barrel. I think one that from the side is neater in terms of its jawline and jowl, stouter in terms of its skull and jaw there relative to the one that directly precedes it. Get right on top of them. That one just gets outpowered for me. That one's just getting a little uncoordinated in how it travels out of its hawk and hind leg there, but I think a good kind of a hog. Young lady that comes out in 6th in this particular class, still a very muscular kind of a hog, one that's big back, got a really stout hip built into it. That one's front end assembly and look from the side is probably what puts it 6th today. That one's just a little lower fronted, little plainer on the front side of its blade, but a good kind of a hog, no question about it. And a couple of young people that I'll tell you got put in a really challenging drive. Young lady that comes in 7th, a very practical, good-bodied kind of a hog that still has some spread. I think of this drive, just gets outpowered and just reads a little bit flatter and plainer in terms of muscle shape, but a very good kind of a hog. And ditto that on the young lady that rounds out this particular class. Long-bodied, tall-fronted, has some grow and breeds with that kind of maturity pattern. I think as it turns and goes, that one just kind of gives out the added stoutness and power there. A very good class. If you'll give them a big round of applause as they exit there.
Returning from Class 10, we have Grant Walter and Cece Follett. Class 11 is in the ring now. We have James Rowden, Sophia Child, Carter Swanson, Eloise Hansel, Joshua Knutson, Thaddeus Adams, Adam Hoff, and Cole Wayand.
Well, another nice class, and again, I always go back to just the ones that are the most complete, and as a livestock judging coach, it's just always something that I have in my head and always something that I reiterate to the kids that I teach or coach, is just trying to make them complete. And if we can do that, then more times than not, I think we're going to get good livestock that's sold up. For me, the one that's the most complete in this particular class is going to be the young lady with the blue hog on the far side of the ring there. One that comes at you and still reads with some still reads good and square at the base of its chest. That one has some spread and shape up high, and for me, blends that with the right kind of build and angles off either end of its skeleton. Young lady does a good job getting that one's head up, and when she does that, that one still proportions well, and its look from the side, I think just reads as a complete kind of package there, if you will. I think a little bit closer there in the top four, the young man in the FFA jacket's going to be second. That hog is really opened up in terms of its lower skeleton. That's the one that reads really, really fresh still. On the top side of its skeleton in terms of back shape, where I'd want to change that hog is just in terms of its rear skeleton. That one gets a little shorter and rounder in terms of its hip design. Maybe just gets a little plainer in terms of its ham and lower stifle there. If we could give that one just a shot more power as it turns and goes, we'd probably switch that top pair there. Young man in the red shirt with the other black bear is going to be third in this particular class, and relative to the one that's fourth, I think this one just reads a little bit more pliable, a little bit more practical in terms of its center body shape. Just reads bolder in terms of the lower third of its cavity there. It's still opened up. That one's getting a little broken down in terms of its lower joints and plainer on the front side of its blade, which is why it goes third today, but still a nice kind of a hog. A young lady that ends up in fourth. This one's lean, high cutability, and muscular. No question about those things. We like those features in this particular kind of market hog. For me, this one does read a little bit drier in terms of its center body, a little bit straighter and more restricted in terms of its hind leg as it wants to push, plant, and go, but still a nice, muscular, high cutability kind of a hog. And ditto that, the hog that comes in fifth, I thought very similar in type and kind to the one that we have in fourth. Still has a lot of lean, spread, shape, and dimension on the top side of its skeleton. I thought when he got right behind its shoulder, I think it did get outpowered relative to the one that directly precedes it. I think with that, we do want to see that one bolder and softer and more pliable in terms of its center body. I think just more practical off either end of its skeleton in terms of structure, but I think a nice high cutability hog, no question about it. Talk to the young man that comes out next, and that one's deep-sided and pliable and reads practical in its look from the side. I think of that top five, this one's probably the stalest in terms of composition. Just getting a little chubby there as we study visual indicators and that groove running down the top side of its skeleton. Freshen that one up ever so slightly, but a good, easy feeding kind of a hog, no question about it. The Duroc that ends up being seventh today, this one's long-bodied and sound-structured and looks like it's just been a really easy feeding kind of a project for the young man. I think, to me, you get right on top of him, that one just doesn't mass up the same right behind its shoulder, just doesn't have the same kind of muscle shape up high, but a very sound-structured, long-bodied kind of a Duroc, no question about it. The one that rounds out this particular class probably does have more dimension right behind its shoulder relative to the Duroc, but of that pair of kind of lighter muscled hogs, I thought that one just got a little straighter in terms of structure. But a nice class of them. If you go ahead and give them a big, big round of applause, please, as they exit.
Returning from class 11 will be Eloise Hansel and Adam Hoft. Okay, in the ring right now we have class 12, the last of our middleweight classes. Bryson Jones, Amy Peterson, Owen Osman, Adeline Stewart, Charlotte Hansel, Blake Thomas, Taylor Blackburn, and Delaney Angel.
Well, another nice class. Young man in the blue shirt directly here in front of me is going to win this particular class. Again, I just see that one as the most complete. Coming at you, that's the biggest chested one. That one's the boldest and has the most spread on the top side of its skeleton. And I think does all those things with the correct range of motion, correct in its angles. You know, is that one the tallest fronted or most extended one? No. And I would want to just freshen that one up, clean that one up in terms of skin and hair, and just take it to the wash rack and try to get some of those dirt stains. But I don't know how those things are going to affect retail cuts at the end of the day. I still think that's the best one in this particular drive. Young lady that'll be second is the FFA jacket directly here in front of me, the kind of chromed up, off-belted bear. That one's really, really good in its look from the side, and no question that one is taller fronted, and I think proportions very, very well in its look. You know, that one still has some shape up high. You know, is it as bold in its rib shape relative to our class winner? No. And is that one just as loose in terms of its hip and hind leg relative to our class winner? No. And that's where it gets beat in this particular class. But a very nice hog, and the young lady does a very, very good job presenting that particular hog. The blue hog is going to be third in this particular class. Young lady in the blue shirt there on the far side. I like that one, just a very kind of meat and potatoes hog, if you will. That one's bold and dimensional in the center part of its body. That one's got a big enough forearm and works enough shape from blade to hip. I think of that top trio, that one's just probably the plainest one and the roundest one off either end of its skeleton. Just want to just change that one in that particular way, but a very good kind of product-driven hog. Young lady that is still in the ring will end up fourth today. That one is kind of unique in its look from the side. That one's got a sharp, clean jaw. We like that about it. That one's fresh and high cutability in terms of muscle shape and composition. That one's build, though, from its shoulder back. It's a little interesting. Wants to deviate there right behind its blade. It's a little shorter and rounder in terms of its hip. And just a little harsher in terms of its rib design, but still a nice kind of a hog, no question about it. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's just highly presented, and the young lady does a nice job showing this particular hog. I do think this one's better in terms of its hip design and rear skeleton. Hind leg works better in that particular hog. For me, you study it right on top of them. This one just gets out powered on the back side of its shoulder blade. Watch that one turn and go, and it does get flatter in terms of its ham and lower stifle. I just want to stouten that one up in terms of its bone. But I do think a highly presented kind of a hog that still has some feedability and some practicality built into it. Young man that comes out next with the blue hog. They're getting just a little sour on us. You can't blame it. It's getting a little bit warmer out today. Young man that comes out with the blue hog, one that's long-bodied and has some shape and spread from blade to hip. You study that one, though, off either end of its skeleton, and again, just getting a little rounder, and I think when that one turns and goes or comes at you, that one does read just more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. If we could crack that one open to match its kind of width up high, no question, we could work that one a little bit higher in this particular class. Young lady that drives a kind of blue-marked white cross hog, one that's tall-fronted and still has some shape working from blade to hip. And you like that one from the side. Watch that one turn and go, and that one just gets a little bit more two-dimensional in how it's built, a little bit flatter there, but still a nice kind of a hog. And as we round out this particular class, I think one that, again, still has some practicality built into it. For me, that one just got a little plainer in terms of muscle shape today, a little bit just more nondescript there, but a very good class of them. Go ahead and put your hands together for them, if you will, please.
Okay, that was our final class of middleweight hogs, and returning will be Bryson Jones and Delaney Angel. This is our first class in the heavyweight hogs. Okay, this is class 13. We have in the ring Chase Swanson, Jadelyn Oster, Sutton Osborne, Alexis Sarton, Kason Barnes, Holt Apgar Long, Mason Robbins, and Henry Walliser.
well, another interesting class here, and a top pair that have a tremendous amount of difference for me. And you know, depending on preference, different judge, different day, and I always talk, you know, at the end of the day, it's one man's opinion, but I'll tell you, the one that I think just reads more complete in my eyes, the one that's more opened up, the one that's just bolder and denser, is going to be the young man in the pink shirt with the kind of masked up kind of hog there. The question mark on that one, if we were going to change it, is just in terms of composition. I do think we're kind of pushing the envelope there in terms of just how much maybe white muscle we've got on that particular hog. Still loads of shape on the top side of that one's skeleton, but that one is just getting a little soft in terms of composition there. And I think with that wants to pull its hog and get a little shorter and rounder in terms of its hip design. But that one's just ribbed, dimension in terms of the center part of its body. That one's chest floor coming at you, no question. That's the best of that particular class. Like those things about that particular hog a good deal. Young man in the blue shirt is going to be second in this particular drive. And no question, if you wanted to switch that pair and tell me that this one's fresher on the top side of its skeleton, I wouldn't argue that one. That one is sharper in terms of its jawline and jowl. I do think that one just reads fresher and leaner on the top side of that one's skeleton. That one coming at you, I just want to see that one more opened up in its lower chest floor. When you get right on top of them, that one is steady and just a little bit flatter in terms of its rib cage. And I do want to stouten that one up in terms of bone, but a very, very good kind of a hog. One that the young man has done a good job feeding out in terms of freshness of shape up high. Young man in the kind of purpley shirt right here in front of me is going to be third in this particular class. No question, this is a muscular kind of a hog. This one's big back, got a big old stout hip working in it. This one to me just kind of comes in pieces when you study it from the side. Wants to get up in its spine ever so slightly. You want to change how that one's neck ties into the front part of its blade. And that one to me is getting rounder in terms of its hip and wants to tuck its hind leg kind of up underneath itself and get a little uncomfortable there. So if we could change that one in terms of build, that one's got the muscle shape and rib and dimension in order to play. Just need to change it structurally. And nothing to take away from the young man in the red shirt that'll end up in fourth of this particular class. That's a good kind of a hog, still a, to me, kind of a meat and potatoes one in terms of rib shape and muscularity. I think with that, it does read a little plainer on the front side of the shoulder blade. And I think of those two kind of plainer ones in third and fourth, that one maybe just doesn't mass up quite the same as the one that directly precedes it, but a very good kind of a hog in terms of market fundamentals, no question about it. Young man that comes out in fifth in this particular class. This hog is loaded up with muscle, big back, stout hip, but of the top five that I deem very muscular in terms of their build, this one to me from the side has the most kind of red flags there. Lower fronted, shorter neck, shorter hip. Want to change that one in terms of its maturity pattern, just make that one more extended, more comfortable off either end, but I think a good kind of market hog whenever you study that one from blade to hip. Young lady that comes out in sixth. No question this one is a later maturing kind of a hog relative to what we call five. That one's taller fronted and extended. Get behind him now. That one just gets a little bit more two-dimensional in terms of its build. That one's getting a little bit flatter in terms of its muscle shape for me, but a good kind of a hog. As we kind of round out this particular class here today, I think hogs that are long-bodied have some grow to them. For me, though, just kind of get out-powered. I thought 7 just had a little bit more top shape relative to 8. That one's structure could be changed. No question, 8 is a little bit sounder relative to 7. But for me, that one, again, get on top of them a little, just too nondescript up high in terms of their muscle, but a good class of them. Go ahead and give them a big, big round of applause, if you will.
Returning from class 13, we have Holt Abgar Long and Sutton Osborne. We've had a lot of questions. Someone gave a small explanation for the runoffs this afternoon. For instance, we'll do the lightweight runoff after the last feeder class. The first place hog from each lightweight class will come into the ring with the second place hogs on hold. If the pig from that class is chosen champion, the second place hog from that class will come into the ring to compete. We'll continue after the lightweight with the middleweight, then the heavyweight, and then proceed with the all-around. Okay, class 14 is in the ring. We have Gracie Putnam, Vivian Barth, Grant Wilson, Jason Morgan, Violet Vanderstelp, Zoe Acock, Alex Blackburn, and Ella Rongi.
Well, another good class, and I'll tell you another kind of interesting top pair in my mind. The one that still reads, again, just the most complete in terms of skeletal width, rib shape, muscularity, and those kind of fundamental things in my mind is going to be the young lady with the belted hog driving away from me there. That thing coming at you is still good and square at the base of its chest. That one's the biggest and freshest in terms of back shape, and that one turns and leaves you. It still reads square in terms of its hock. And if you want to change that one, you'd make it longer hip. Want to see that one just more naturally up-headed and maybe relax it in the angle to its blade, but that one's really opened up, powered up on the top side of its skeleton. I like it for those reasons. Young man in the orange shirt is going to be second in this particular class, and I thought that was a really, really close kind of a pair. This hog coming at you is really good and opened up, and probably the widest in terms of its chest floor. That one's got big feet and big legs, and we like the added kind of heavy-duty bone and feature. It's a large-scaled kind of a hog that's certainly deep-sided and reads pliable and practical in the center part of its body. For me, that one's just getting a little bit more mature in terms of its look. That one's getting a little bit softer in terms of composition. If we study that one's jowl, elbow pockets, and indicators there, just want to freshen that one up on the top side of its skeleton, make that one just a little bit more youthful in terms of its skull shape. But I think that's a very good kind of a hog that the young man drives. Again, I think it's a little close in terms of third and fourth. There's differences in terms of build. But the one that I see with just more genuine shape and product working through it is going to be the young lady with the kind of chromed up wide belted bear directly here in front of me. That one's just bolder and denser. Whenever you study it from blade to hip, I think carries more genuine shape in terms of its ham and lower stifle. You want to change that one structurally off either end of its skeleton. Gets a little bit vertical in the angle of its blade, and ditto that in terms of its hind leg there. But I think just more product, more shape in that particular hog. Nothing to take away from the young man that'll end up in fourth. That's a deep-sided one. That's kind of unique because it's so big in its forearm and big-bladed. But you study that one up high, and it does give up kind of the added power relative to the ones that precede it there. And watch that one turn and go. That one just gets too flat in terms of its ham and stifle, too closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. But I do think that one, in terms of build, is better than the one that directly precedes it. Just need to see that one with a little bit more shape and power when it turns and goes. The young lady that comes out in fifth, I do think this one reads stouter in terms of its pin set and just has more shape in terms of its ham and stifle. For me, this one's getting a little bit frailer in terms of its bone work, getting a little bit more restricted off either end of its skeleton, and with that, just a little drier and a little bit harsher in terms of its center body shape. But I do think that one's still kind of a shapely, high cutability kind of a hog, if you will. I got in the composition right. My compliments to the young lady for that. As we let out the next one here, again, one that still reads good in its look from the side, and I think soundness of structure are not the issues. Just one that I think gets outpowered whenever we get right on top of them, and ditto that on down the line. I thought, if we could just power these things up, and maybe on the two that round out this particular class, change them in terms of structure and how they want to get out and go. The young man that rounds out this particular class, that hog does have more muscle shape than what we call 7. For me, that one's just getting too straight in terms of its hind leg. But I think a good class of them. If you guys will go ahead and give them a big, big round of applause, please.
Returning from this class, we have Zoe Aycock and Grant Wilson. Okay, class 15 is in the ring. We have Laura Myers, Molly Collar, Callie Colvin, Carly Marks, Skylar Keltz, Kayla Perkins, Abigail Finn, and Hadley Mortar.
Well, another good kind of a class, and I think, some depth and some quality kind of all the way through. The one that, again, it just reads the most complete, opened up, good-bodied, muscular, and does so while still getting out good enough for this particular judge. Maybe the young lady in the pink shirt directly in front of me. That one coming at you is the best at the base of its chest. That one's fresh, big back shape that it's got laid into it, and big old hip. I think read correct. That one's look from the side, I think, is very, very good in its proportion, still extended on the front side of its blade. If we were going to change that hog in any one regard, I do think the angle to its hock is correct. For me, its pastern just gets a little tight. Like how kind of big-legged it is and stout bone, but that one's pastern. Just want to see that one relaxed and just read with more cushion and flex right there at the surface. And every once in a while it wants to pop in terms of its pastern. And no question I'd want to change that about that particular hog. But I think that's kind of a minor thing in my mind. If that's the only kind of nitpicky thing I got on that one, I think I can still quickly label that one the most complete in this particular drive. I do think it gets a little bit closer from there on in terms of second and third. For me, there's differences in the pair of them. The one that I like just a little bit more is going to be kind of the calico belted hog. I think that one, just in terms of back shape and rib shape, is just tremendous. That one's got so much spread and density when you get right on top of them. That one's so bold and dense in terms of its rib cage. I like that one a good deal. We need to stouten that one up in terms of bone. We need to change how that one ties into its the front side of its blade and how its neck lays into it there to change its look from the side. But that one, when you get in behind, still reads square in terms of its hock shape and still reads with a ton of power up high. And I like that about that particular hog and how it blends some of those things together. Nothing to take away from the young lady in the pink shirt. This one is better in how it ties into its neck. That one's got a crisper, stouter jaw, and no question that one's heavier duty in terms of bone. That one, for me, when you study that one's hip and hind leg, this gets too little out there in terms of bow-legged, wants to push too much weight to the outside of its hock and hoof wall, and I think for me just gets too uncoordinated, too hesitant, and its step in terms of its hind leg. I think with that we could still make that bear, gilt taller fronted, as it kind of wants to get a little softer on its front feet. Structurally, I want to change that one ever so slightly, but that one's got a cool look in terms of its skull shape. That one's got still a lot of power and a lot of shape working down the top side of that one's skeleton. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth in this particular class. That one coming at you is actually really, really good at the base of its chest. That one's got width all the way through in terms of its lower skeleton. Of that top four, you get right on top of them, and that one is the stalest and just most nondescript in terms of muscle shape, and probably the plainest in terms of its lower ham and stifle there, but a good kind of just wide, kind of muscular hog still nonetheless. The young lady that comes out in fifth, I talked to her individually. This to me is just a practical, easy feeding, good built kind of a hog, one that is just deep sided and has some shape and product. For me, this one just gets too plain in its look, a little just plainer on the front side of its blade there, a little rounder in terms of its hip design, but still a good, easy feeding, product-driven kind of a hog. Young lady that comes out next, this one is loaded with shape. This one is fresher in terms of back shape when you get right on top of them. This one's got a big old hip laid into it. For me, this one just doesn't read as practical off either end of its skeleton in terms of structure. We need to relax that one in the angle of its blade. We need to just change that one in terms of its hip and hind leg as it gets out and goes. I think with that, just make that one softer and more pliable into the center part of its body. But that one is loaded up with shape, and we like that hog for that reason, no question about it. The kind of Berkshire marked one that comes out next, one that does have some density all the way through. For me, this one's just getting a little softer. And I talked to the young lady there, and she told me he's a little fat. I'd have to agree. He's just a little softer in terms of composition there. So if we could change that about and freshen him up, we could certainly work that hog higher in this particular class. Hog that rounds out this particular drive does have the leanness and cutability advantage. That one is sharper in terms of its jawline and jowl. We like that about it. For me, you get in behind that particular hog, this reads a little bit more two-dimensional in how it's built from the ground up. Still a good class of them. You guys will give them a big, big round of applause, please.
Returning from this class, we have Callie Colvin and Molly Collar. Okay, class 16 is in the ring. We have Parker Ransom, Catherine Knutson, Anna Ontiveros, sorry, that's Ava Ontiveros, Greenlee Adams, Jamie Zarco, maybe Jaime Zarco, Logan Adams, Wyatt Johnson, and Connor Martin.
Well, another good kind of a class. Young man with the black hog directly here in front of me is going to win this particular drive. And again, just one that coming at you is still opened up in terms of lower skeleton. It's a big bladed, big top, big back kind of a hog. That still gets out and goes with some range of motion, some flexibility. I think the extra on that one is you study that one from the side and still has a sharp look in terms of its jawline and jowl. You can make that one just a little bit longer hipped and crank it up in terms of its tail set. I still think the range of motion and angles in terms of its hind leg are acceptable, although that one could just drive it and plant with more authority in terms of its hind leg there, but still a nice kind of a hog from hock up and hit forward, I think, for this particular drive. Young lady in the center of the ring with the kind of off-belted, chromed up gilt is going to be second in this particular class. I like that hog just on the back side of its shoulder, still has some density and some shape. That one's really good and pliable in terms of its center body. Where that one gets beat is just its hind leg. It's pushing too much weight to the outside of its hock and hoof wall, and just need to square it up in terms of its hock, and maybe just give it a shot more just fresh shape in terms of the lower part of its cavity, being a little staler in that regard there. But I think a nice kind of a hog to be there in second. Young man with the kind of off-belted, other kind of chromed up gilt's going to be third in this particular class, and a hog that grew on me as the drive went on. I think coming at you, that one's square at the base of its chest. That one still has some fresh shape on the top side of its skeleton. That one leaves you, I think, better in terms of its hind leg relative to the one that directly precedes it. For me, where this one gets beat is just in terms of rib shape. That one just gets a little bit flatter and harsher as you get right onto the top side of them. Just not as bold or as much spread on the top side of that one's skeleton there. But I think it's still a nice kind of heavy-duty, stout-featured kind of a hog that the young man drives. The Duroc Cross is going to be fourth in this particular class, and one that certainly fits kind of traditional breed strengths. So what the Duroc is known for, certainly an easy feed and practical kind of a hog. Later in terms of its maturity pattern, certainly all those grow kind of things that go along with the Duroc. Still has some spread and shape up high. For me though, that one's just not as opened up or as stout in terms of its bone work relative to those ones that directly preceded, nor is that one just as, as maybe showy on the side, on the profile there. Want to change that one's neck ties into the top side of that one's blade, but still a nice product-driven kind of a hog that ends up there in fourth. The one in fifth, I talked to the young lady individually. Another kind of easy feeding, good-bodied hog. For me, one that's just getting a little plainer in terms of muscle shape. That one's getting a little softer and just maybe not as hard or as crisp along the edge of its back or loin there. And again, with that, I want to toughen that one up in terms of its bone and ankle to match its mass up high. But still a good kind of opened up, good-bodied kind of a hog there to be there in fifth. And ditto that on the young man that'll be sixth in this particular class. I think one that still reads easy feeding. For me, I'd want to slam that one down in terms of its chine bone and freshen that one up in terms of composition and just make that one longer hipped and have it drive with more authority. But I do think another easy feeding kind of one. I talked to the next two individuals about what I change or what I like about the particular hogs. Certainly two that are long-bodied, long-spined, and have some extension. For me, we just need to stouten those ones up in terms of bone, make them just more opened up in terms of the lower part of their skeleton. Good kind of hogs all the way through. If you give them a big, big round of applause for me, please.
Returning from class 16 will be Wyatt Johnson and Catherine Knutson. Okay, class 17 is in the ring. We have Cody Maris, Easton Larson, Caden Dennis, Dagan Wood, Andrew Child, Harry Byther, Jack Lathrop, and Josie Ditchin.
an interesting class, and I'll tell you the top end on this one is just so different, and a lot of give and take, or maybe just different kinds that you have. To me, the one that I gravitate to, again, for the same reasons as always, skeletal width, rib shape, muscularity, and no livestock are perfect, and we'll pick some holes in this particular class winner. But to me, the one that's just the most complete is going to be the young man in the blue shirt driving the belted hog there, kind of against the fence. That one's good at the base of its chest. That one's opened up in its rib cage. That one's density and spread up high, all read correct. That one gets a little tight in terms of its pasturing for me. And the biggest thing, I do want to slam that one down in terms of its chine bone and freshen it up ever so slightly in terms of composition. Still a load of muscle shape in that one. That one's still very cracked open in terms of its lower skeleton. My compliments to the young man for driving that one in this particular class. I do think it gets just a little bit closer there. Again, if I go back to those fundamental things in my mind, skeletal width, rib shape, muscularity, the second best one is going to be the kind of Red Cross wide belted hog that the young man drives against the fence here. That one's opened up, I think, relative to the one that'll be third. That one's more opened up coming at you at the base of its chest. That one's better in its rib cage, and I do like that one's just density from blade to hip. Could freshen that one up, I think, in terms of composition ever so slightly. We could stouten that one up in terms of bone to match that mass up high, but I still think just a good kind of a market hog. The one that's going to end up third for me is the young lady with the kind of narrow belted one that's up against the fence there. And probably one of the narrower constructed hogs that we've had third today, but for me, that one's fresh shape up high and look and build are all very, very good. That one's flexibility and range of motion. That one's very sharp in terms of its jawline and jowl and extended on the front side of its blade. That one's got a really, really good shape working on the top side of its skeleton, better than what we have in second. To me, though, to get that hog up any higher, that one needs to be more opened up in terms of the lower part of its skeleton and just wider as it comes and goes. Nothing to take away from the young lady that'll end up in fourth. That one is bigger backed, bigger hip, and just more muscular than the ones in third and second. That one's build is what sorts it forth for me. That one is getting a little harsher and tighter in terms of its center cavity. That one's just the most restricted in terms of its hind leg. If we can just make that one more pliable off either end of its skeleton, no question we can work that one a little bit higher. The hog that we have coming out in fifth, the young man does a really, really good job with the blue hog. To me, this one is awesome in its look from the side. It proportions well. This one's heavy-duty kind of foot and bone. I think read correct for where we're at in the industry. For me, you get right on the top side of this one's skeleton. This one just gets a little too plain, a little too nondescript. If we could freshen that one up and just give it more broad shape when we get right on top of them, no question we could work that one up higher because that one's bone and look from the side I think is awfully good. The Duroc that comes out in sixth, one that is sound structured and long-bodied, and you appreciate the angles and length of spine that this hog has. Again, ditto that, you get right on top of them, and I don't study the same kind of broad shape or the same kind of bold forward or center body dimension relative to the ones that directly precede that Duroc, but still a sound structured hog the young man drives. The one that comes out next, again, one that has some width and dimension, but I think pulls you in for that reason. To me, it just reads a little too stale and maybe a little counterfeit. It got just maybe a little too much finish on this particular hog. I think with that gets a little restricted off either end of its skeleton, but still kind of has some width and dimension all the way through. Young man that rounds out this particular class does have the cutability advantage on the one that directly precedes it. For me, that one just gets a little bit more two-dimensional when it turns and goes. Still a tall-fronted, long-bodied, extended kind of a hog. So my compliments to all of them. If you go ahead and give them a big, big round of applause, please.
Returning from the last class is Jack Lathrop and Cody Maris. Okay, our final class of heavyweights is in the ring. This is class 18. We have Ali Morris, Jasper Blackburn, Colby Beitler, Daniel Myers, Caleb Grabio, Maxwell Barth, Karsten Wood, and Coy Estes. Just a reminder for everyone, after this final heavyweight class, there will be 2 classes of feeder hogs. Following that, we will do the lightweight runoff for champion and reserve, then the middleweight runoff, the heavyweight runoff, and then the overall grand and reserve champion runoff. Will be this evening. If that was confusing, the 6 hogs that win champion and reserve today in lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight will come back this evening for overall grand champion and reserve.
Well, the last class of the day here, and I'll tell you, compositionally, I think we're starting to maybe push the envelope kind of all the way through on these particular hogs. And I'll tell you, once you get up and past 290 and closer to the 300 range, man, it's hard to keep those hogs still correct in terms of composition and to keep the muscle to fat ratio correct as they just naturally start to deposit more and more fat, like I said, just naturally there. So I think compositionally we could change a few of these hogs in places kind of all the way through. Again, if I go back to those fundamental things of getting them opened up at the surface, getting the rib shape right, and still trying to pack on some muscle to the top side of their skeleton and hip, to me, the guy in the FFA jacket with the belted gilt on the far side of the ring is going to win this particular class. That one just does the most good. I think coming at you, that one's the most opened up in terms of its chest fork. That one still has some shape there on the back side of its shoulder blade and still into its hip. It gets a little tighter in terms of its spine, and you could relax it ever so slightly in the angle of its blade and have it just go a little bit looser in that capacity. But I still think a very nice kind of a market hog to win this particular class. Young man in the green shirt is going to be second in this particular drive with the narrow belted barra. That one's build and back shape, to me, are just the second best in this particular drive. Probably even more relaxed in the angle of that one's blade. That one still has a lot of back shape and dimension, still has a groove running down its top and into its loin. That one for me does start to get too closed up in the lower part of its skeleton, and I do want to change that one again. We're starting to see some maturity there in terms of its jawline and lower cavity, but like I said, that one still has the next kind of best groove and still looks correct in terms of its angles off either end of its skeleton. Young man directly ahead of me in the FFA jacket is going to be third in this particular class. That one's width going away and stoutness of pin set and still opened up lower skeleton is what give it the edge over what we'll call fourth. You know, no question that hog is getting too high in terms of its chine. That one's getting too stale in terms of its composition. Nothing to take away from the young man with the black hog that'll end up in fourth in this particular class. That one probably is the freshest up high and probably the highest credibility of that top four. For me, that one's also the worst built one in the same capacity. So you got some good positives, but that one deviates right there behind its shoulder. That one wants to pull its hawk and get the most uncoordinated in terms of its hip and hind leg of that particular drive. And so that's why it's going to start fourth for me today, but still a nice kind of higher credibility kind of hog to be there in fourth. And the one that we have coming out in fifth, I do think this one's longer and leveler in terms of its hip design relative to the one that directly precedes it. You know, this one, again, need to change it in terms of composition. That one just comes at me a little bit more closed up, a little flatter in terms of its blade. We don't see the same kind of bulk or dimension there on the top side of that one's skeleton. The one that we have coming out next, another one that has some width up high, but I do maybe just question, you know, how much true shape and dimension and muscle we have in that particular hog. That one coming at you does get a little bit more closed up and going away, wants to narrow in terms of its pin set and lower skeleton there. Again, just want to freshen that one up ever so slightly, and ditto that as we kind of release the rest of the young people here. I talked to them individually about things that I would change or things that I liked of their particular hogs. I think of that class as a whole, just freshen them up in terms of composition. Again, kind of the same old things. They're just making them stouter, wider, and more powerful. But again, another nice class of them. If you guys go ahead and put your hands together for them, please.
Returning from our final class of heavyweights is Coy Estes and Karsten Wood. Up next, we will start our feederweight hogs.
There is a border collie at the blue tent by the beef barn. If you are missing your border collie, please find it over there.
Okay, this is our first class of feeder hogs. In the ring, we have Bailey Gosvener, Oakley Gosvener, Ayla Aparicio, Andrew Thurman, Braden Beck, Lainey Burke, Violet Scott, Wyatt Campbell, and Aiden Curry.
Well, we got some feeder classes here, and then obviously hogs that didn't quite make weight. But I still think a lot of quality in it, especially in this first class here. I think the 5 that we have, and even 6 and 7 and on, I think I'll have some pieces and some quality all the way through. The one that just puts the most good together for me in terms of build and being opened up, good looking, and still having kind of those market hog fundamentals, going to be a young man wearing the tie that's directly ahead of me at the wide belted kind of a gilt. That thing coming at you is just awesome. That's a stout skulled kind of a hog, one that's so good in terms of its chest. That one's good in terms of its rib shape. Now, the interesting thing, or the piece that I'd want to change, is right behind its shoulder. I do want to see that just work a deeper groove right there. You can still see some dimension and shape over its loin and into its hip. I think, I don't know at home if we couldn't get that hog to eat or just weren't pushing it on feed maybe hard enough, because its build and look and bone and opened up kind of skeleton all read very, very good and read with quality. Just want to change it in that one regard. For second, I do think, it gets maybe just a little bit closer, but for me, I like the young man with the blue shirt with the kind of belted hog over here to my left. That one is just opened up, really, really just a stout, powerful kind of a hog, one that's big in its forearm and blade. That one does work a bigger groove on the backside of its shoulder. For me, that one's hip and hind leg is where I'd want to change it. That one gets a little shorter in terms of its hip, maybe starting to push too much weight to the outside of its hock and hoof wall when it turns and goes. So if we could square it up there, just make it hinge looser out of its rear skeleton, could switch that pair. But I think that's a very, very good, stout, powerful, opened up kind of a hog to be there in second. Lots of differences third through fifth here. The one that I just like the next best is going to be the young lady in the blue shirt. One that from the side I think is awesome. One that's tall fronted, extended, still square in how that one's built. The reason that one goes third and not second for me is that one does start to get just flatter in terms of its rib shape. And all these hogs are smaller and going to be a little bit greener in terms of their composition and everything else, and a little greener in terms of their center body. So I won't beat up on them too hard for that, but just in terms of genuine rib shape, I do want to see that one just bolder in that capacity. And I think with that one does want to get just a little bit more rigid in terms of its hock. Young lady with the predominantly white, kind of black, masked up kind of bear there on the far side is going to be next. I think one that's good and opened up at the base of its chest. That one's bold and dense and bulky on the top side of that one's skeleton. The longer we push that one to drive, the more I want to change its rear skeleton and just want to extend it on the front side of its shoulder blade. Nothing to take away from the young man that'll end up in fifth in this particular class. This kind of wild marked one. That one is tall fronted. He's doing a good job of getting that one's head up right there. It likes the ribbon. That one is sharp jawed and good looking on the front side of its shoulder blade. And that's the advantage it has over the one that comes in fourth. That one reads correct in terms of bulk and spread on the top side of its skeleton. Watch that one turn and go, and that one for me just gets a little too ouchy in terms of its hind leg, wants to pull its hock, and I want to stouten that one up in terms of its bone to match its mass up high. The one that we have coming out next, one that is tall-fronted, long-bodied, and a shapely, fresh kind of a hog that fits right in terms of its composition for this stage in the game. For me, coming and going is where this one gets beat. That's a narrower skulled kind of hog that just reads more closed up in terms of its chest floor. I think if we could just pry that one open in the lower part of its skeleton, we could work that one higher in this particular class. But a nice, fresh, expressively muscled kind of a gilt, no question about it. Talk to the young lady that comes out next. This one does have more muscle shape relative to the one that we just talked there. This one is more opened up relative to the one we just talked. For me, we need to change this one in terms of its front end structure. This one's shoulder and just the way it lays its blade into its spine. That one's getting a little too outside of itself in that capacity. Wants to deviate right there behind its shoulder. If we could change it just in terms of structure, could work that one up higher, no question about it. I talked to the rest of them individually as they come on out. I just want to see maybe these ones just a little bit more opened up, a little bit more powerful on the top side of their skeletons, but still long-bodied, tall-fronted, extended kind of hogs, no question about it. Good group of them. If you'll give them a big, big round of applause, please.
In our second class of feeder hogs, we have Ali Sasser, Jaslyn Torres, Beckett Child, Shelby Barnes, Cooper Harris, Roman Barraza Sanguino, Cambry Rhodes, and Maisie Reeser. Okay, first and second in that first class of feeder hogs was Braden Beck and Wyatt Campbell.
Well, another interesting class, and I think some give and take as we get on through. But the one thing for me that I think is pretty easy to do in this particular class is find the winner. It's going to be the young lady in the kind of red, white, and blue shirt with the kind of chromed up hog or masked up bear, if you will. Excuse me, Gil. That hog is just really, really good. I mean, that thing's masked up high. That's got a cool looking kind of head and neck, and how that ties into it. That thing's got all the bulk and spread and dimension, but still looks like a show pig from the side. If we were going to change that one, I don't know if it got scratched up high. You know, of course, skin and hair doesn't play that big of a deal, but it is maybe just aesthetically not as pleasing. But for me, the biggest thing I'd want to change in that particular hog, sorry I get distracted a little bit, is just its hind leg and its pastern. The angle of its hock is correct. That one does get just a little bit tighter in terms of its rear pasture and how it wants to flex at the surface. I'd want to change it in that capacity, but man, from there up and forward, that thing's opened up, good looking, and got all the power you'd want in one, and still maintains that, I think, in a good enough kind of structural build for this particular judge. I do think it gets closer between 2, 3, and down. The one that, for me, that just reads the best in terms of being opened up, good-bodied, and powerful is going to be the young man in the black shirt driving kind of the chromed-up bear there on the far side of the ring. That one coming at you is really, really good and opened up in the base of its chest. That one's rib shape and dimension, and the center part of its body is very, very ideal. That one spread and shape up high is good. Where you'd want to change that one is just structure off either end of its skeleton. That one's starting to push too much weight to the outside of its hock and hoof wall. Want to square it up in terms of its hock, just make it more extended off either end of its skeleton. But I think a very nice kind of a hog, no question about it. Young lady in the FFA jacket is going to be third in this particular class, and of that trio, probably the one that's the just leanest and just greenest in terms of its maturity pattern. But that one still is square and opened up coming at you. That one from the side is awfully good looking and still extended on the front side of its shoulder. You know, is that one ever going to be as bold or as dense in the center part of its body? Probably not. Is that one just as stout or as dense in terms of its feature relative to the top pair? No, and that's where it gets beat for me in this particular class, but a good built, good looking kind of a hog that still's got a lot of shape. The young lady that's exiting the ring there, it's going to be fourth. One that's still got a lot of muscle and dimension and body. That one's hip and hind leg is starting to just get a little bit more questionable as it wants to get out and drive, and just reads a little bit more rigid. I think with that, just a little bit plainer on the front side of its shoulder. We could clean that one up in terms of its jawline and jowl. Young lady that comes out in fifth. We studied this one from its hip forward, and there's certainly things to appreciate. That one has some natural kind of body and spread up high. For me, you get that one. You study that one from behind, and it does want to narrow in terms of its pin set. Gets flatter in terms of its ham and stifle, and I just want to see that thing hinge with more authority in terms of its hind leg. If we could change that one in terms of its rear skeleton, could certainly work that one higher in this particular class. But a good kind of a hog from its hip forward. Young man that comes out next, one that's still long spined and has some elevation at the point of its blade. That one for me is getting a little shallower today. That one wants to get kind of just tighter in terms of its spine and round in terms of its hip design. But still a long-bodied kind of a hog that has some future grow built into it in terms of its maturity pattern. Young man that comes out next, to talk to him individually there. One that from the side can give you a good look in terms of proportions. For me, though, this hog is just getting a little plainer and a little just too much finish for this stage in the game and for being lighter weight hogs. The young lady that rounds out this particular class does have that advantage over the one that directly precedes it in terms of being more correct in terms of composition. And this one, I know that they're greener and a little bit more immature. This one does study just a little bit too closed up at the front side of its rib cage. This one's a little bit shallower and just a little bit harsher in that regard. But I do think it certainly has some muscle shape to it. I think has some grow in terms of its maturity pattern. Good class of them. If you'll go ahead and put your hands together for them, please.
Okay, this is the runoff for our feeder weight hogs to determine champion and reserve. In the ring, we will have Braden Beck, Wyatt Campbell, Roman Barraza Sanguino, and Jaslyn Torres.
Well, I'll tell you, it's too bad these hogs didn't quite make weight, because I think there's a lot of quality in this pair that we bring back for the champion feeder hog, and differences between the two. And I'll just talk them in no particular order, the differences that I see. If we talk the young man with the tie here and his hog first, that one coming at you is so good in terms of its chest. That one's got, I think, the right kind of body shape. For me, if I'd want to change that one, it's just right up high. That one, at this stage in the game, is starting to creep up in his chine bone. I'd want to see that one just fresher in that regard. But that one's build and flexibility and angles and look from the side are very, very hard to build into a hog and still maintain that kind of stoutness of feature. That one is stouter in terms of its skull and jaw, and big-chested, big forearm, big-footed. And I think from the side, that's that one's best look. That one's tall-fronted, extended. The way that one proportions is very, very good. You know, the only thing I'd want to change is when you get up high, man, does that one bulk up, or does that one just have enough mass when you steady that one turn and go? And that's kind of the question mark you have on that particular gill. If we talk this other gill, it's kind of a little different type and kind. This one does have all the mass and spread and shape and dimension, and I still think does so with a very, very kind of good look from the side. You know, to get one to draw back into that big of a center cavity and to have that much spread and dimension, but to still be extended and that kind of sharp jawed and sharp look on the front side of the blade is a hard thing to do and hard thing to build into them, to have both of those things. The question mark on this one is really just its hip and hind leg. As with the longer we drive them, that one does want to get just a little tighter in terms of its pastern, and maybe just doesn't hinge as loose or as flexible as what we said the other one did. So that's kind of the question marks you have in your head. Again, no livestock are going to be perfect. It's what you're willing to put up with, or where you lay your priorities and what's important to you that kind of sort them for me. I know which one I like, and that's going to be the young lady driving the masked up gill on the far side. She's going to be your champion feeder hog there. We'll let the second place out of that particular class come out. I'll take just another minute and I'll pick you a reserve here.
A champion feeder hog is Jaslyn Torres. And our reserve champion feeder hog goes to Braden Beck. Up next is the lightweight runoff. First in the ring, we will take the first place hog from each lightweight class. In the ring for the lightweight runoff, we have Kiera Lane, Joseph Cooley, L. Blakely, Vivi Follett, Haley Mortar, and Taylor Smith.
Well, we bring the lightweight class winners back here, and I'll tell you, a lot of quality all the way through, and slight differences in places. To me, all of them kind of represent a lot of muscle shape and still being opened up. And then what extras can you build onto them after they're opened up and good-bodied and muscular? And whether that's a good look from the side or stoutness of bone or maybe those kind of trendier things. To me, those always come after kind of the fundamental pieces that build a market hog. For me, there's one that just represents what a really good market hog looks like in terms of just being really, really opened up, good-bodied, powerful, and having kind of those extras of stoutness of feature. And I don't know if this one's just the sharpest looking, and I'll tell you, not just perfect in terms of structure, but I don't know if there's anything that we saw today that's just perfect, and I don't know if we can do perfect in the livestock industry, but I do think this is just the best example of what I think a really, really good market hog is. one that's just stout-featured and burly and opened up. With that being said, I think there's an awfully good one to win as champion here. I'll go shake a hand for you.
The champion lightweight hog goes to Joseph Cooley. So Capella Cooley will come into the ring.
Well, they bring that second place in, and I still think falls right into contention and fits into the kind of the rest of them there in terms of quality, and certainly one that from a look perspective certainly pushed our champion there. You know, is that one maybe as masked up or as just as opened up relative to what we call our champion down? That's maybe the question mark you have on that one as it comes back into the ring there. For me, there was just a pair of them that I thought sorted up very, very quickly. You know, if this reserves hind leg and Standa Sabone matched that of our class winner, then I don't think, I think it would be really, really challenging. And if this one's hind leg was a little bit better, this the rear scouting was just a little different, I think it would really give our champion a run for its money. But I think from this one's hawk up and hip forward, this one's got a tremendous amount of good in terms of muscle shape, look, and build, and all those things, and probably even sharper jawed and more extended on the front side of its blade relative to the one that we just shook the hand of. Again, I'd want to change this one in terms of its rear scouting if we were going to nitpick it, but I still think a very, very deserving reserve champion here. I'll go pick your reserve.
Reserve champion lightweight hog goes to L. Blakely. Okay, this is the runoff for our middleweight classes. We have the first place in each class coming into the ring. We will have Isabel Silbernagel, Ethan Patton, Quincy Osmond, Grant Walder, Eloise Hansel, and Bryson Jones.
Well, I think a good group of middleweights here, and to me, there's one that does stand out. And is this one, again, just perfect? No. And is there such a thing as perfect livestock? Absolutely not. You know, does this one want to pull its hock in and maybe get a little coarser in terms of its joint work? Yes. But is its range of motion and flex and cushion at the surface still correct? I would also say yes to that. And with that range of motion and flex still being correct, for this one to be as stout as it is, as opened up, as big-backed, and as burly as it is, well, I'll take a little bit of pulling in a hock or a little bit of coarser joint, because this one comes with so much power, so much spread, so much density all the way through, and yet still looks like a show pig whenever we study this one from the side. I think this one certainly sorts up pretty quick in my mind. With that being said, I'll go pick you, I think, a very deserving champion.
Champion middleweight hog goes to Grant Walder. So the second place hog from his original class will come back into the ring. And that is CC Follett.
Well, again, I think we bring that second place in, and certainly fits right into contention there for me. I want to say, I think as a drive, I think, you know, all hogs that were deserving of winning their particular class, and hogs that I think have some quality and some spread and some muscle shape. The one that I thought was just the second best was in the deepest class in my mind. I think one that certainly pushed our champion hard. I thought in that class was an awfully close pair. Young lady that comes back second out of that class is going to be a reserve champion.
And reserve champion middleweight hog goes to CC Follett. Up next, we will have our heavyweight runoff.
Well, to help with the sale order, they've asked me to pick a third and fourth here in the middleweight drive. So I'll go out and shake the hands of what I think is third, and then I'll follow up with shaking hands with the one that I think is fourth. But just to let you know what we're doing here, I'm just getting a third and fourth to help determine the sale order here. Again, I think a nice drive of them. You guys give them one big round of applause, please.
Okay, for our heavyweight runoff, we'll have the first place from each class earlier in the day. We'll have Holt Apgar Long, Zoe Acock, Callie Colvin, Wyatt Johnson, Jack Lathrop, and Coy Estes.
Well, a nice heavyweight drive here, and again, differences in terms of composition and slight differences in terms of type and kind, but again, just I think ones that are just opened up and powerful and how they're built. Differences in terms of build, no question about that either. And again, there's no such thing as perfect livestock, so it's just trying to find the ones that are the most complete and bring the most good together into one kind of uniform package there. With that being said, I think there's one in here that just does that for me. I think one that's opened up, coming at you. I think this one's got a big old fresh back laid into it. I think maintains all that width and dimension into a very square kind of pin set. Still remains square in terms of this one's hind leg. Is this one perfect in terms of its posture and flex and cushion at the surface? No, but its angles read right. Still looks like a show pig and proportions in its look from the side. One that I think is very, very complete, and I think overall just a very, very solid kind of a market hog. I do think it'll get closer there for reserve, but I like your champion a good deal. I'll go out and pick you what I think is a very good winner here.
And our champion heavyweight hog goes to Callie Colvin. We have a 5-year-old granddaughter who is searching for Grandma Josie. If anyone knows where Grandma Josie is. Your granddaughter Marla is desperately searching for you. If Grandma Josie can hear this, your granddaughter will be in the first aid station. For second place in Callie's original class, Molly Collar has now come into the ring.
Well, again, we bring that second place in. I think, I say it quite a bit, but falls right into contention. And I only say that because I genuinely mean it. I think that hog does fall right into contention. To me, there's a trio of them that I'm sorting between, and that's not to take away from any of the other exhibitors, but just to tell you where my mind is at. I'll go through it and I'll describe each of them and the differences that I see in this trio, and in no particular order. If we start with this young man directly in front of me with his black kind of hog, I think one that's very, very shapely, and that one's so good on the front side of its shoulder blade. Love that one's look in terms of its skull and jaw, and that one's fresh kind of shape up high I think is very, very good. When you get in right behind that hog, you kind of wish that it would maintain some of that width and dimension into its upper pin set and carry that same kind of shape into its lower ham and stifle. That one to me does want to pull its hock in and get just too tight and restricted in terms of its hind leg, but really just want to change that one in terms of its rear skeleton. But I do think from that one's hip forward, I think a tremendous amount of good to be found in that one. The young man in the pink shirt with the black-headed hog, that one, man, is really, really good and square at the base of its chest. That one's got a huge kind of center cavity and all kinds of dimension from blade to hip. You know, if we could freshen that one up and just peel a little bit of that finish off of it, I think it would make it that much better. And I think with that, at times, still gets a little shorter in terms of its hip design, and maybe a little bit rounder in terms of its hip design as well. But I think that one's very, very good for just being opened up and so productive and so practical in terms of its center body, and still having a load, a ton of shape on the top side of its skeleton. I just want to, again, freshen that one up ever so slightly in terms of its composition. And the young lady that brings a second out in that particular class, I think one that certainly fits right in terms of back shape and spread, you know, is that one is neat, and how its neck ties into the top side of its shoulder and the crest of its neck there. No, you'd want to change it in that capacity. You want to make that one just stouter featured, I think, all the way through. Make that one stouter in its skull and jaw, and stouter in its bone to match its kind of mass and spread that it has from blade to hip there. And again, I don't know if that one's just perfect in terms of structure as we start to break that one down off either end of its skeleton. Those are the ways that I see it, and then the differences that I see. You know, again, no such thing as perfect livestock, and you got to pick and choose the issues that you're willing to deal with in order to get some of those positives that you want to hang your hat on. But with that being said, I think there's an awfully deserving one to be reserved here. I'll go out and shake you one more hand.
And the reserve champion heavyweight hog goes to Holt Apgar Long. Okay, so the champion in reserve in our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight classes will return this evening at 6 p.m. to compete for the overall grand champion in reserve.